Hello, hello. Okay, the audio is actually good. I updated my NVIDIA broadcast today, but it looks like um it was able to keep the settings and stuff. So I'm gonna try doing this with the window capture rather than desktop capture. I think it's just gonna end up being a bit nicer on my mental to not have to worry about showing something accidentally. But this is the project that I want to work on. I have not worked on this in a quite a long time, but I want to come back to it and I want to try to see if I can finish it. So this is my attempt basically at recreating the game Papers, Please. Specifically though, just kind of the gameplay, the core gameplay loop of the game, where an entrant comes to the desk, they present a slew of documents, and then the player has to determine if everything is in order and everything is valid. And this will randomly generate an entrant with a set of documents and information on it and all that stuff. And this is my original version of making it. And I think a lot of it is decent, but I think I ran into a problem. One is this isn't very modular or scalable. So one thing I want to be able to support is like custom document types. So I want to recreate the initial set of documents that are in the game. But I also want to eventually be able to support custom doc types that you can like import into the game through creating like an XML file or something like that to create a custom document type. So the way I have this here, so I guess I'll just show initially just program this. Yes. So this is just general like at the very start, I'm just going to make this command line. I want to be able to make sure things work first, and then after that we can think about making something more visual. But the important thing here is that we create an entrant. So we go here, and this is the class for creating an entrant. And this is one of the things I want to change. So right now, entrant has like a property for every potential type of document that they could have. So every entrant always requires a passport. But all of these other documents, they don't necessarily need. It all depends on what entrant type they are, which is right here. So a native entrant, they only require a passport and an ID card. But a foreign normal entrant requires a passport and an access permit. A worker requires a passport and access permit and a work pass. A diplomat requires a passport and a diplomatic authorization, I believe. And then an asylum seeker needs a passport and a grant of asylum. And then they have a height and weight. And then in the game, they also have an like a physical appearance that can't be implemented right now in command line. And then when they walk up to the desk, they also present a purpose and the duration that they're staying. So, all right, now we want to create a new entrant. So I think I don't remember every single thing in here, but I want to kind of go through everything And then I want to kind of start fresh with a new project using this as a reference so that we can hopefully make it more modular. So we're going to create our new entrant. And so initially we're going to create a new passport. And so the way I do it here, I think the way I'm going to keep it is when we create a document, well, there's going to be two separate processes. There's going to be creating a fresh document. And when we create a fresh document, this document will be valid. It's not going to have any errors on it. Okay? And then there's going to be a separate process that will take in a document and will create errors for that document. And so when we create an entrant, first we want to create their slate of documents that they're going to use. And then afterwards, we're going to add the errors onto that document. Okay. So first we're going to create a new valid passport. So let's go down to the create a passport function. Where are we? Oh, I'm sorry. Creating a new passport is going to be in the passport class. So we're going to create a new passport. And so we have this random object, which we pass through everywhere. This is just so we can use the same rand object to generate all of our random things. All right, so a passport. So there are errors in this because I eventually reached a point where I couldn't continue going down the path that I wanted. And that's kind of why we're going to kind of reset. But a passport contains the person's nationality, it contains their sex, their first and last name, their birthday, the issuing city, so the city that issued their passport, the passport's expiration date, and then an ID number for the passport. It also includes a picture, but again, appearance is not going to be included right now. And then these are flags for whether they have errors on any of their fields or not. All right, so we're going to create a new passport. So first let's assign their nationality. So assigning their nationality is going to be down here, I assume. All right, here it is. So basically I have these supporting files here in data, which are basically sources for text content. So we can look at the country list, which is what? The countries.txt. All right, that's just this one. So this basically says Arstotzka, Kolechia, Oberstan, Integria, Republia, Impor, and United Federation. Those are the countries in the game. And these are the potential issuing cities for each of those countries. So for Arstotzka, there's Ovech Vonor, East Grestin, and Paradisna. In Kolechia, there is Yurko City, Vidor, and West Grestin. In Oberstan, there is Skal, Lorndaz, and Murgerus. In Integria, there is St. Marmaro, Glorian, and Outer Grouse. In Republia, there is True Glorian, Lesrenati, and Boston. In Impor, there is Inkyo, Haihan, and Tsunkaido. And then in the United Federation, there is Great Rapid, Shingleton, and Carista City. So it's basically going to get all the data, and we're only going to extract the countries. And so we're going to basically generate, we're going to store all the country names into this array called countries. And then we're going to select a random country in the list. Okay. So this role basically is just calling the rand function to get a new random number. So we pass in our rand object that we keep throughout everything. And then basically, the range in which we're going to choose our random number. And so for this, it's just going to be the length of this list, so the number of countries that we have. And this is also good, like part of the modularity. So like, for example, if you want to, modify the game in some way and you want to add a new country. So if you want to make a mod, you want to add a new country, you can just come into this file, you can add a new country and its corresponding issuance cities, right? So we're going to get a random country and we're going to return that country as the nationality for this new passport we've just created. All right. So we'll go back up to the top. So now we want to assign the sex. This is very simple. Assign sex just rolls a 0 or a 1. So it's very simple. Then we're going to assign the person's first name. So for first names, they're separated into male and female first names. And so what I did actually is I think I just went to like random name generator and then I just generated 50 male first names. I generated 50 female first names. And then I generated 100 last names. So there's just a range of names and that's easily, you can add onto that if you want. So we're going to assign the person's first name. So since first name is gendered, we're going to pass in our random and we're going to pass in the sex that we chose for this new passport. So that's going to be down here. So assign first name. All right. So we're going to basically say if our sex is 0, then we're going to choose from the male list of names. If our sex is 1, we're going to choose from the female list. We're going to read all of the names from whichever list we chose into our array, and then we're just going to choose a random name on the list. Straightforward. Last name, same thing. Go down to assign last name. Since there's only one list of this, we just load in the list data and then return a random name on the list. So next, let's see, birthday. So we're going to assign a birthday. So this one is a bit more complicated. As you can see here, there's a lot more stuff. So I don't remember all of it. So, okay, so looks like there's going to be a maximum age of 85 and a minimum age of 15. So, I mean, this kind of seems obvious in hindsight or like intuitive, but we don't want to just literally generate a random date in all of history to have be the birthday of this person. For one, okay, we can't choose any time in the future, obviously. And also have to generate a person who has a reasonable age. So the age range that we're going to be doing is, I think, 85, 15. That seems reasonable. And so we're going to create the minimum year. So like the farthest back in time that the person could be born based on 85 years before today's year. And then for the maximum year, it would be 14. I don't remember why. I assume there's a reason for that. And then I also did have weights. Right, yeah. Wait, this is interesting. Oh, okay. So to have some weighting, ages are grouped into ranges of equal chance. Okay, so 15 to 25 is bucket 1, 26 to 35, 36 to 45, 46 to 60, and 61 to 85. So there's the equal chance of a person being in any of these ranges. Okay, I think that's fair. So basically, I choose a year group for them, and then I adjust that person's minimum and maximum year according to the group they're in. Okay. This is a bit weird way to do this, but okay. And then we get basically a random year, but in between their minimum year and their max year. I think that's because I think for this rand.next, yeah, greater than or equal to the min value and less than the max value. So that's why here, the max year, we have it be one less because it goes up to, and we want to include 15, you know? Okay. So we're going to roll them birth year. And then after the year, that's the hard part. Then we can just choose basically, oh, this is an interesting way to do it. So we're choosing January 1st. Oh, okay. I guess this is a way to do it. I guess my initial intuition would have done to just roll random from 1 to 12 to choose what month. And then, oh, you know what? As I explained myself, I realized why I did it this way. Each month has a different number of days. Yeah, so basically we choose all of the dates for the calendar here that we've selected. Right, okay. Right. And so we get the number of days in the year. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I guess this is still better to account for leap years because there's not going to be 365 days in every year. Leap years have 366 days. Yeah, I guess this is more correct. If every year was 365 days, then I could just put in 365 here. But okay. And we just roll a random day from that year. Okay. There we go. So the hard part is getting the year, basically. So now we're going to assign their issuing city. So since issuing city is relative to what country they're from, their nationality, we have to pass their nationality that we've chosen into the function to get a new issuing city. So let's see, what do we do for this? Okay, so this we're going to load in the country list. We're going to find the nation that we're from, and then we're going to get the cities for that nation, and then we're going to choose a random city. Okay. Straightforward. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Continuing to go through this. The expiration date. Okay. Initial entrant creation will create a valid entrant, and discrepancies are added later. So this date must be in the future. All valid expiration dates will be in the next 2 years. So basically, any time within the next 2 years. Okay. And we'll assign them an ID number. Okay. I'm just thinking about how I want to implement some of the stuff. So this one, what it does is a 1/3 chance for each character to be a number. and a 2/3 chance for it to be a letter. And choose a random value from the number pool or the letter pool. So if we roll a 0, we're going to roll a number between 0 and 9. But if it's a letter, then we'll roll a random letter from the list of letters. And then we do 10 characters of that. Okay, straightforward. And then all the errors are false. Okay, very nice. Every entrant will have a height and weight, which will just be generated randomly. Okay. So I think we'll go over and start our new one. So I'm going to pull this over to my alternate monitor here. And I do have a new fresh project here, which I'm going to switch us over to. Just this one. Voila. Okay. So let's begin, I guess. Can I pop this out? Yeah. Wait, does that? I wish the, oh my goodness. Okay, never mind. I don't want to pop it out anymore. Put it back. No, I hate this. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's just do that. There we go. So now I can see the work and also, let's put this here. Nope. Wow, OBS, you are really being annoying right now, okay? Go. There we go. And pull this up like that. Okay. Perfecto. Let's make it a bit larger. So let's make a class for entrant. All right. I think for this, or for this, I can just kind of copy everything. So copy this. We'll just start off with the same stuff. So go. And we'll just copy this stuff here. Like show. Okay. We'll just start with this. Actually, no. Get rid of this. So that'll be changed. Okay. Let's create a new class called entrant. Class called entrant. Add. Okay. So here's what we want. Okay. The way we're going to organize this. So an entrant, okay, as a person, they have a type. Okay. They're going to have a height. They're going to have a weight. Then they're going to have a purpose. And then we're going to have a duration, but I want to make a struct for that. So struct duration. This is going to have a unit and an amount. Okay. So duration. Then at this point, they're going to have a list of documents, I suppose. Documents. Okay. So document is going to be, I think I want it to be an interface. So let me open up. So you can make a list of interface, right? So we'll make an interface for a document. How did I, right, okay. So do I want to do it like this? Let me actually check something here, see how I was doing this here. Which is this one. I know you can't see everything I'm doing, but I just want to. Notice I defined a document. Hmm. Wait 1 second. Okay. We're going to have a document. And I think this is going to be an interface. So let's create that. I'll need to be looking at that. All right. Add an item, an interface. This is going to be called document. So a document So if I want to make this like truly modular, okay, then let me think about this. Let me reference this. So, okay, the document is going to have a document type. And then it has to have a list of fields. Hmm. Okay, so let's create a document for, or a file for document types. Actually, I guess we have to start from that point if we want things to be truly modular. So let's create a folder. Data. What I called it on the old one, right? Yeah. Please open. Um, Windows solution. Plus view solution explorer. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Add a new item. Text file called document types, I think. I think maybe this would have to be all in one file. Otherwise, it becomes really unwieldy. Hmm. Just documents. So let's see if we can devise a way to organize this file. So line one should be the name of the document. So, or the first line. So we're going to basically have this be like a sets of records in a list. So the first line of a record will be the name of the document. And I like, I'm thinking here. Can you create? Oh, I'm realizing this is a lot more complicated than I was thinking here. If we want this to, yeah, okay. Mhm. Let's see if we can do this real quick. Like, let's, okay. Maybe I should abandon modularity in terms of custom documents right now. I feel like this is a bit too much for my skill level at the time, at the moment. So let's think about it like this. Let's just implement the base set of documents for now, and then we'll go from there. So let's get rid of this for now. Just don't use this document. We'll come back to that. So right now, we still want to be able to do generic stuff though. So let me think, what was the issue? What was the issue with this version? Well, let's just use this as a reference. Okay. So there's going to be a type for the document. What's the problem? Well, it has to be like a property. Has to be a property for the type. Oh, that's one of the issues. Oh, wait. Maybe document shouldn't be an interface. Maybe document should just be a parent class. Okay, I think document should be class actually, not interface. So we want to have type. We want to have, I think, yeah, every document will have a first name and a last name. Let's make, okay. I think we have this down. I don't know what opened that. We're gonna also make a new error. Actually, no, I don't need that to be its own file. It doesn't even have to be a class, actually. So there's gonna be it's gonna be so this is just base stuff that every document will have. So every document will have a type. It will have first name and last name. Okay. So it's gonna have a list of errors. So a list of errors. Okay, so these are the base things that exist for all documents will contain these things. Okay. And then what compromises an error? So errors are per document. So we want the field that the error is on, but that's not going to be stored as a string or anything. And all we care about is whether or not there is an error, like a Boolean value. So the fact that there's an error struct or an error object that contains a field, that just its existence means there's an error on that field, right? So how did I do this before? I know I've done this in a different location. I don't remember where I did it though. Oh, it was there in that program. Okay. I don't have access to that at the moment. Let me pull this up here. There will be a, I think we want to do this. So, wait, where am I? Here. It's going to be a func where we return the field. Ah, okay. Frick. I need to pull up an example of how I use this elsewhere. Hold on for a second. I've used this in another project before, but I just want to reference it because it's been a little while. I think I want this to be T. Um, I think I want to look like this. Or not. Okay, here we go. I'm going to reference this. An actual project where I used this because I don't remember everything on how to do this and it's a bit hard to understand, so I need to refresh myself. Was it here? Yes. In this scenario, okay. Oh, okay. Down here when I actually use it. Hmm. Okay. I think I understand. So this will be document. No, this is okay. I'm actually not sure how to do this. So what I want this to be, basically, okay, is a property that represents the field on which there is an error. Okay, that's what I want. So this. Should errors be tracked on the child class? I think no, because we want to be able to just get all the errors for any document. I don't have to make a struct for this because it's just going to be a single element. How do I do a inline comment? C sharp inline. The as an example, ID like this. Okay, let's move on a little bit. We'll leave this here. And then there's going to be, oh, this needs to be inside. So let's make our constructor. Actually, wait, do we want a constructor for this? Oh, maybe I don't want. Okay. Hmm. Name of. Hmm. Okay. What is a property info? This is creating a class. Let's call it error. Why is this upset? Property info. Discovers the attributes of a property and provides access to property metadata. Um, and then it has, where am I? Here. Wait, do I even need this? Can I just make it be property info? Hmm. Okay. I think this will actually work. All right, so let's actually get back to this. So just shut this down. Shut down. Okay. Oh yeah, I think since I don't want to be able to what is it, abstract class? Okay, real and abstract class. Okay. Right here. Now we need, does an abstract class need a constructor? That's the issue, right? See, this is kind of why I had issue pushing through on this because it's difficult for me to wrap my head around a little bit. Okay. Let's just rock from here for now. Okay. So I'm going to create a new entrant. Okay. Okay, here we go. So the constructor of a document. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on. No, we don't need a constructor for this. I think this is actually all I need. All right, let's just leave it at that for now. So let's create a passport. This is going to be a document. So let's reference this now. Let's assign the entrant type. Okay. So this is going to be string assign entrant type. Right? Yes. Let's just copy this over. So this is the exact same from there. We'll add the roles here. Okay. This is our sign direction. So type equals assign entrant type. All right. First, assign the new entrant a type. Then we want to generate the passport. Okay, because everyone has a passport. Or I guess we'll do height and weight next. So just minimize these. I'm just copying these from the old program. Let's make these properties. I think this will make things so nicer. Okay. Assign height and weight. So like this. And then this. So height equals assign height. Oh, let me refactor that. Then assign the height and weight. Okay. Now we want to generate a passport. We just kind of go in order logically, and then when we run into the thing, it'll reveal to us what we have to do structurally. We should do, oh wait, purpose and duration depend on the purpose depends on whether or not they're a worker. And then the duration depends on their purpose. So we have to, okay, that's dependent on their type. Okay, no, we're not going to do it like this. I'm referencing the way I did it before. We're going to do it differently. Yeah. So next, let's assign their slate of documents. Yeah, that has to be next. So list of documents, generate slate or document package. Okay, I take in the random, and it's going to take in the type. Okay. So first, we're going to make our list of documents. So our output, new list of documents. Okay. So first, we're going to always add a passport. So output.add new passport. Output. Okay. Documents equals generate document package with rand and the type. All right. Now generate all of their documents. Their initial documents. They will start as valid. Oh, here's the thing, actually. Each document should have Boolean for there should be a Boolean for presents, and there should be a Boolean for possesses. Possesses. How you spell possesses? Oh no, there's a second S here. Possesses. We're creating a passport. So let's just do our constructor first, and we'll go from there. So public passport. Right, we're going to take in a random. We're going to take in our type. Okay. But I don't think we need type, right? Wait, do we? Yeah, this is the type of entrant. Wait, I don't think we need to, we don't need to pass that, actually. No, sorry. Get rid of this. That's not needed. Um, so fields on a passport. Okay. So if I have like this, hmm. Document. Uh, So we need here to have uh, oh. Okay. I think I understand. So, on this is where we're going to add our names. Okay. So we are creating a new passport. All right. A passport is a document. Okay. So first, let's generate the things that all documents share. So let me copy my existing logic from over here. Passport. So we want to assign names. Oh, wait, you know what? Let's make a helper class. Um, so let's just make this, call this like utilities. Okay. This is going to contain these in here. Okay. So then we just call call utilities dot. What the fuck? Oh, they have to be static. Because you don't instantiate an object, like you don't create a instantiation of utilities. It's just a place for them to share this. So okay, there we go. So that will save us some typing. Now we want to implement here this. Okay, assign first name. Oh, actually, we also need to pass in. Okay, when generating our passport, we have to pass in. Oh, okay. Sex should be a property on the entrant. Why did I not have that before? Because that's obviously a thing that is for the person. Okay, do this. And let's assign the sex. We have to do this here. So reference my previous one right here. This is on passport. Okay, so put this here. Like this. To pass in their sex. Here. Int. Like this. When we create the passport, we need to pass in the person's sex. Wait, there's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter. Is it like that? Use a primary constructor? Whoa. What did I? What the hell? What is this? Stop doing that! Oh, wait, this puts it in the... What the fuck is a primary constructor? Okay, I think I understand it. So in this scenario, document user. All right, let's just write this one first. We'll come back to passport, the specific one. So let's add our generate names methods. All right, assign first name. Let's add these files. Just go ahead and add them. View Solution Explorer. So copy this. Copy. Paste. Oh, stop. Copy. Paste. Okay. So let's add last name. Okay, assign the last name like this. Yep. So let's copy the last name over this. Go. So then here, errors will be like this. They'll be empty at first. And then presents starts as true and possesses starts as true. Initially empty, both start off as true. Okay. So now on the passport, do we type base? Document does not contain a constructor that takes 4 arguments? What? What the fuck am I looking at? Am I insane? What the fuck am I looking at right now? This genuinely makes no sense. Right, there's a document constructor that takes a random and an int. What? Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. I get it. I fucking get it. You don't declare the type. You just like pass the variable over. Okay, that's fucking weird. Okay, I think I understand now. This is just saying I'm passing these arguments to the base constructor. Okay, there we go. I understand now. I understand. It's not declaring like a separate thing. Okay. I don't need to look at that. All right. I understand now. I get it. Okay. So, I think this is working as we want. I think this is looking good. So now let's finish the passport constructor. So, things for the passport. Let's do our nationality. So, assign nationality. Let's get our country list right there. Also just add this. We'll just plop this into the, oh, I don't have an app.config. Go away. Add an item. There we go. Like a show. Random. There we go. So I can call methods from, okay. I'm thinking that this is the proper way to do this. I think this is the way that's better compared to interface. I think. This, go from here, Bassbot. Then okay. Actually delete this from here. That shouldn't be a property on this. Actually, wait. No, I lied. It should exist. Because sex is displayed on the document. We just get the sex from the person's sex. All right, so the names are being set on the document level. That's already completed. Yeah, so now we have to do the birthday. Okay. All right, I'm feeling good now. I'm in the groove. So let's do birthday. Be the same as before. So add that. Look just like this. Now let's do the issuing city. Okay, yeah. Here's the issuing city. Wait, I wanted to do that after. Okay, yeah, that'll come after the documents. Okay. I think. We'll see. So we've got the issuing city. Perfect. Perfect. And then the last one. Not the last one. There's two more. Expiration. And then ID. Perfect. Okay. So I think this is everything for creating a valid passport. Okay. I think everything works correctly here. So in this one, we've created a passport. So then what we want to do so if type okay foreign or equals worker going to add an access permit. So let's create an access permit, which is going to implement document. All right, I'm feeling good here. So add an item. It's going to be a class called access permit. Okay. Going to implement document. Okay. So the document will contain properties for nationality, the access or the passport ID, will contain the purpose and the duration. Oh, actually, oh, okay. We'll change this on this one. So here, we're gonna say just for foreign. We'll separate this out. I'm gonna pass in brand and potentially some other stuff. Here, have a duration. It'll have their height and weight. We'll have a expiration. Okay. So yeah, let's kind of use the same constructor here. So access permit, we're going to take in our random. We take in the person's passport that we generated. And then we'll take in their height, their weight, and whether or not they're a worker. This is the same constructor. So then do this, we pass in a rand, and oh, it needs their sex. So we have to bring their sex into. Okay. This is our constructor. No scroll needed. So over here, put I might have to cast that. Actually, no. Wait, will I? Oh, you know what? Let's do this. So we add P here. Let me just pass P here. Like this. Then we have to pass the height and the weight. So height, weight, whether or not they're a worker. So this is going to be false. And the sex. Okay. See, there we go. Perfect. Now from here, we don't have to write the name. So the nationality, we're going to do a get. Oh, we're going to use the passport's nationality. So nationality. Oh, wait. Oh, I just realized something. Since the passport, okay, so this is interesting. So when we generate a passport, that's always our first document. So that passport is going to be basically the source of the entrance name. But when we create other documents, we want to have their names be the names from the passport. So let's make an alternate constructor here that just takes in a passport. No, that is going to take in first name and then last name. Okay. That's it. So this is the constructor that will run when we generate a new passport. But for all other documents, we're going to use this constructor. Okay. So in this scenario, we're not going to pass our randomness sex. We're going to pass passport dot first name. Wait, how do I access it? Due to its protection level. Oh. Oh, and passport dot last name. Okay. Like that. Now let's make all of these public as well. And then also do it here. I know within tab complete, I guess. Okay. Nationality. Oh yeah, so we're gonna have the assigned nationality. Actually, no, nationality is gonna come from the passport. So just like this, we're gonna use the passport's nationality. Then the ID is gonna be the passport's ID. So passport ID equals passport dot ID. And this dot height equals height, and then this dot weight is weight. Yeah. Okay. So what I did originally was I created the purpose and duration on the access permit, and then that got copied over to the entrant. But I think that is backwards. I think we have to generate it on the entrant first. So let's do assigned purpose here. All right, so if yeah, so here I'm going to do purpose equals assign purpose. I'm going to pass in a rand. We're going to pass type equals worker. And that's it. Okay. So duration is going to be a bit different. Let's make a and just assign duration, which needs to take a random rand, needs to take purpose, and that's it. All right, this, I need to move this back up. This, make that small, put it here. It should be at the top. All right, assign the duration. So in here, okay, we need to have oh, it'll be down here. So string of purpose. Okay. We actually don't need this. This goes away. So just be duration equals new duration, rand and purpose. Just like this. All right. Then down here will be assign duration unit first. Can I make these properties? Blah. There we go. It's going to be a duration. What's our one warning, by the way? What the hell? Oh. Okay. Ignore that. Oh, okay. Just minimize this. Go away. Yeah, we'll come back to that later. So unit equals assign duration unit for rand and purpose. Then the duration amount. Right, okay. I don't know why I didn't think to do this on my freaking original version. Just make a utilities class. And then amount equals assign duration amount, pass in our rand, our unit, and our purpose. Okay, perfect. There, we can minimize these. So there's our duration. So now we have our new duration. So now, okay, when we reference over here, this is not needed. So this will go to string purpose. And then duration. Right. Okay. Those are from the entrant. Perfect. Excellent. This is going nicely. So then our expiration will generate a new expiration. Sick. All right, this is I'm liking how this is turning out now. All right. Let's make ourselves assign expiration and then expiration. Oh wait, I just realized now. We don't need this anymore because that was only to generate the purpose and duration, which are generated on the entrant level now. Okay. So expiration equals assign expiration. Bro, look how nice and clean this is. I love it. Okay, back to entrant. Oh, and now actually, we can turn this back to what it was. Purpose. Great. I can still. So if you're a normal foreigner or if you're a worker, you need an access permit. All right, so we're going to create an access permit for them, passing in our random, the passport that we already created, their height, weight, purpose, and duration from the entrant. Okay. So then, if they are a worker, now we need to add a worker's permit. Oh, I forgot to add this here. Oh, did I not add public on these? That. No, not purpose, duration. I need to make a two-string, I just realized. So what did entrant.getDuration look like on my original? So I can just copy that for the toString. Entrant. Get duration. Oh, okay. Over here, down, in here. Do I have to do an override? Yes, after I override. Okay. Oh, wait, what the heck? Oh, so the direction unit. Right, okay. So if unit equals wherever, right, which is right here, then return unit. Otherwise return mount. Okay. That'll just make that display correctly. Perfect. Okay. No errors. It's beautiful, isn't it? Right, passport is done. On entrant. So we need to add a new class now. Make a, I need to stop clicking on that. A new class called work pass. Okay. So our work pass is a document. Okay. And it's going to have the field, which is like their field of work. Like, are they a construction worker? Are they like a secretary? Are they like a fisherman or whatever? And then and this represents until represents like how until when are they authorized to work in the country. So like I'm authorized to perform work in the country until 2 years from now or whatever. So it's like an expiration date, by the way. It's like an expiration date. Okay. So here we're going to create our constructor work pass. Okay. So in this scenario, oh, this takes in the access permit. All right, so we want brand, and then we'll take in an access permit. Okay. Then we're going to pass in access permit dot first name and access permit dot last name. Okay. Like so. That means over here on entrant, oh, okay, let's put that in here actually. So and this will be nested. Okay. Like a show. I wish I had a third monitor. I mean, I technically do. I just don't want to hook it up. I don't really have good desk space for it. Okay. So all we have to do is set the field and the until date. So assign field like so. Boom. Let's copy the work field list. That. Wait, what the heck? Assign until date. Oh. Okay, I see. So I'm doing this to mirror the way it works in game. Gotcha. So I'll show you here. So the way it works in the original Papers, Please is um, it's basically just like one um, it's 1 month after their duration. Yeah, okay. So side field, and then yeah, so there's no randomness to the until date. Oh wait, let me actually just call this assign until, and then all right. This is coming out so much cleaner than the old one. Having the inheritance set up properly is making things a lot cleaner, and also not using an interface. Right? Like in my old interface, every single member had to implement the assign name methods, even if they're not using them. Because, well, everyone has a name. Yeah, but only the document, the base constructor should be generating a name. So is that everything? Let me close this out. There we go. Yep. And I'm making them public. I don't have to define my own getters and setters, which is kind of unnecessary. Okay. So now I'm going to a new work pass. All right. So then all the way up here, else if um, type equals native. Okay. So in this scenario, a native entrant doesn't need an access permit. They just need their local ID card. Let's create our new document called ID card. This is going to be a document. The ID card will have the district that they live in, their birthday, then their height and weight. and then their weight. Okay. This we will take in our brand. We'll take in the passport, and then we'll take in their height and their weight. And then base, we'll pass in the passport dot first name, passport dot last name. There we go. Oh, do this. Let's add the district list. Go. And then we need the, oh wait, no, birthday is in reference to the passport. Okay. So district equals assign district, pass in a rand. Birthday equals the passport's birthday, and then height like this and like that. Boom. ID card created. These are literally like half the size of the old classes. A lot of that is just because there's no getters and setters. No. P. Okay, perfect. Next up is a diplomat. right? Entrant. Yes, diplomat. All right. Diplomat. Add an extra line. Let's create our diplomatic authorization. There we go. This is a document. And, all right, this is going to have our names. It's going to have the passport ID. Going to have, of their access. This represents what countries they have diplomatic access to, which countries they're authorized to be diplomats for, basically. And then their nationality. Okay. Then our constructor, public diplomat auth. I'm going to pass in a random and the passport, like so. And we're going to do base. I'm going to pass in the passport first name, like so. Okay. Then, so passport ID is that. Nationality is from the passport. And then we're going to assign access. It's going to be this. We have the country list. Yeah. So we're going to go to the countries. We're going to go through the countries. They have to have access to the country they're visiting, which is Arstotzka. They need to have access for their country of origin. And then there's a 50% chance for them to have access to any other country. Spelling? Right, diplomat off done. Entrant. Um, and finally, if they are a asylum seeker. Throw no exception. Okay. This grant of asylum has nationality. Passport ID. Their birthday. Their height and weight. And the expiration date. Okay. Yeah, so Nationality on the passport. Passport ID from the passport. Uh, Birthday is from the passport. And then the height and weight from the entrant. Ooh, I'm actually not realizing here. If maybe it would be better to pass the entrant to the constructor rather than a passport or an access permit. How would that work though? So we're generating documents at the time when we're creating the entrant. I think this is probably better for now. And the expiration date. Okay. Well, that's like a way more concise way to generate all the valid stuff. Okay. So now we want to create the discrepancies. The discrepancies are tied to the entrant. But the actual, yeah, the set of discrepancies is like per entrant. Okay, let's make a no, you know what? There, we've generated our documents package, right? Right. Okay, and then the last step in creating the entrance and the entrant is going to be to create the discrepancies. So we're going to make a new method here, create discrepancies. It's going to take in our random. So we're going to run this. Okay. So in create discrepancies, what we're going to do is we're going to loop through the documents. Okay, this is where things get interesting. So in this scenario, okay, wait, I think I understand how this is going to work. So we're going to create an abstract method in our document class. Okay. So public abstract it's going to be a void. There's going to be create errors. And it takes in a rand. Oh, it doesn't declare a body. So let me actually check here on my old version. Does it all, they all just take a random? I mean, let's just like start going and then we'll see how things go as we go. You know? Okay. So now this means that Passport must implement create errors. and have public void create errors. Okay. Oh, there we go. See, there we go. We've implemented it. And now we need to, so I'm just going to copy what I have in my old version. We're going to go through it. Oh, you know what? I'm going to undo that. We're going to actually just go through it. So the potential fields that can have errors are name, birthday, nationality, issuance city, expiration, and ID. That means sex cannot have an error. Yeah, so I'm not including that. So there's a initial 5%. Let's just, I guess, do this step by step. All right, let's do this step first. There's an initial 5% chance to not present the passport at all. So in this scenario, what we're going to do is hide this. So presents will equal false. Okay. Then if we're not presenting it, then there's a 50% chance that we're going to possess it. Oh, so in this case, we actually don't need this. We just say possesses equals false because it defaults to true. Okay, so if we hit the 50% chance, then we're going to not possess it. Okay, and then otherwise we don't need this at all because it defaults to true. Okay, then if possesses, then there is a 10% chance for there to be a name error. So I think these are going to go into the utilities class. So initially I wrote them in Entrant, but we're going to put them into utilities because there's something that every document type is going to have their own create errors method, which is going to be different for that document type. And they're all going to want to share these same methods together. So let's first do this. And let me go down to the generate name errors. I might end up splitting this. Okay, so generate name error. Okay, this is going to have to change a lot, I think. So let me think about this. So there's a 50% chance for it to be the first name or the last name, but it won't be both. Never mind, that's not true. Let's go to utilities. Let's create our method. So public static, let me think. Yeah, I think we still do it with the generic. So generate name error. We're going to pass in a random document and the sex of the person. Where T is a document. So in this scenario, let me think, how about this? So what we want this to do is it's going to modify the values of first name and last name. So in this scenario, we're going to say this equals, oh, I can't actually assign to this. Oh, okay, never mind then. I don't want to do this. Pun unintended. All right, let's do it like this instead. So instead of being a generic, we're going to return a tuple. So we're going to return first name and last name. Okay. And actually, I don't have to name these. Okay, like this. There's not going to be a generic because we don't need it. So in this scenario, first name and last name. Okay. We're going to remove the generic. We're going to pass in our first name, our last name, and like the sex is on the entrant. Is that the only one we're gonna need? Is sex the only additional one? Oh, okay. Generate purpose error needs a purpose. Oh, you know what? Actually, here, I think we can do it like this. So in the case of the passport, we're going to have the create errors. There's going to be another um, uh, actually, how do we do this? Wait, wait, the sex is it's a field on the passport. Okay, we don't have to pass sex. And purpose is a field on the access permit, so we don't have to pass that. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Got a little lost in the sauce there. Oh, okay. So we're going to generate a new first and last name. Boom. Okay. So let's add in the components for this. All right, passport errors is going to be the last thing we do for today. So if our error type is 0, we're doing a spelling error. Let me get rid of this now. Just go back in there, right there. Okay, so no, in here. So okay, it's going to be return. Okay, generate typo. Perfect. Okay. So let's go down and do generate typo. Okay. So public string static string generate typo. Okay. Take our rand text and then whether we care about vowels. So this can be exactly the same as the one I have here. So just plop that in. Ah, okay. We have to keep adding more. Okay, so let's do is a vowel. Plop that down. And then some of our run until not equal. So we need the run until not equal. That takes in the old thing, the random, an integer modifier, and the generator. Okay, so that's this one right here. I'll put this in here like that. So then we need generate random character. Where is that? That's right here. Boom, that'll go below this. Is it? This needs to be static. Okay, excellent. And then replace character in string. Yep, there we go. There. Excellent. So basically what this does so it's going to be generate typo rand first name, care about vowels is true, and then last name, like that. So what this is doing is we're going to generate a typo in the first name, okay? So when we generate a typo, we basically have our base text. And so what we're going to do is we're going to just select a random letter in the piece of text. Okay? So we're going to store whether or not it's uppercase and whether or not it's a number and whether or not it's a vowel. Okay, and so is a vowel basically just says, is it in one of these? Okay. So we have our character. So if the character is a number, then what we're going to do is we're going to generate a random character. Okay. So generate a random character. What this does is first we tell it what type of character we want to create. We have to create a random number. 1 is for any random letter. 2 is for any consonant. And 3 is for any vowel. Okay. So in this scenario, we want to generate a new number. So that's why 0 is here, because we're generating a new number. Okay. So the run until not equal method, what it does is this is a generic method, okay, where it's going to take in a thing. And in this case, it's our original character. And what it's going to do is it's going to run the generator method, which in this scenario is generate random character, with the settings we've supplied it. So in this scenario, generate random character takes in a random and it takes in the type. So in this scenario, we're passing in the random we got and the modifier, which represents the type. That's why we called it with 0. And so what it's going to do is it's going to generate it, and it's just going to keep regenerating over and over until the new thing is different from the old thing. So basically, when we want to create an error or a discrepancy, we need to make sure that it's actually different from the correct thing. Okay? So if their name is Thomas, and we've selected that we want to make a typo in the name Thomas, and then we choose the character H to replace, right? If we just randomly generate a new character and we generate H again, then the name is going to appear correct. It's going to be Thomas, but then we're going to have marked it as being wrong or incorrect, and the player won't be able to know. So we have to make sure that when we generate a new thing, it's not the old thing. That's what this is doing. Okay. So if it's a number, then we do that. Now, if it's not a number, then our things will change a little bit. So if we care about vowels, then if the character we selected is a vowel, then we will generate a new random vowel. If it was not a vowel, but we do care about vowels, then we're going to generate a new consonant. But if we don't care about vowels, then we'll just generate any new letter. And then if it's uppercase, we're going to re-uppercase it so that it matches. And then we're going to return replace character in string. So we've passed this method, generate typo, the entire first name, but we're only replacing one letter. And what we've done now, throughout all of this, is determine that new letter, which is this variable, character new letter. But now we need to insert the new letter into the string, the original one, and replace it. So that's where the replace character in string does. And basically we have our original text, we have our new character, and then the index where in the string we're going to input the new character. And basically just a very simple substring. We just return that. Boom. And so then we just return that new string back to the generate method. Boom. All right, we have successfully adapted for the new one here. So in this scenario, we're going to return first name, then generate typo, last name, like so. And in both scenarios, we want to care about vowels. Okay. Then, else if error type 1, this represents one name is fully replaced. This one's going to be a bit different. Okay, yes. Oh, so I don't even need to, okay. This is going to return run until not equal. We're going to pass in our first name. In this scenario, oh, can I don't think I can do this. It's not static. How can I do this? How about this? So in this scenario, right? How about we do this? So we actually are going to pass the document, and then we're going to generate a new first name. So what that's going to do is it's just going to run this, and it's going to just create a fresh new name. And we're going to keep creating fresh names until we create a new name. Okay. What? Oh, so we need a different run until not equal. We need the one that does not take any modifier. This one. Okay. Go. All right. And then the final one, which is, let's copy this. This. So both the names are going to be replaced. This is just going to be a single, yeah, so turn dot first name and here with last name. Perfect. Boom. Boom. Generate error names, name errors, complete. Now back on passport, I'm going to pass in this. Oh, okay. All right, what's next for generating passport errors? Oh, okay. Birthday errors are only possible for natives or asylums. Here. All right, I'll probably go until 4 hours. Or I finish this, whichever is first. So in this scenario, if oh, wait a second. I think in this scenario, we also have to pass the entrant. Yeah, we have to pass the entrant. And then over here, we pass this. Because we have to know what other documents we have, right? So if e dot e dot documents. Oh, this needs to be public. Documents dot contains this would be searching for a specific document rather than a type of document. Okay, so do I have to loop? Document D. If D dot or type of D, no. What? What the fuck? Oh, dot get type. Oh. It should be ID card or Miranda Asylum. Is there? Let me actually see. Okay. Oh, I can use linQ. Oh, yes, that's what I want. Okay, so we're actually gonna get rid of this. So, no, get rid of the for. So if e.documents dot any is ID card or I understand. Okay, there we go. I always forget about LinQ. It's so handy. Okay. Let's continue. So in this scenario, there's a 10% chance for a birthday error. So now we need to go back to utilities and we need to generate birthday error. Okay. This is going to be a date only. Generate birthday error. Okay. No, I'm just going to copy it and we're going to modify it. All right, so we're just going to plop this down in here. So change this to static. Going to return a date only. No longer generic. Doesn't inherit anything. We're going to we're gonna give it a document, and that's it. Okay. Excellent. Oh yeah, I should have done this piecemeal like I did before. So get rid of that. Oh, yes, I forgot. So in this scenario, we actually have to add to our error list. Okay, so errors dot add is going to be new property info. It's going to be Ooh, actually, wait a second. You know what? Let's make this a bit easier. You know what? Let's make this easier, okay? Um, we're just gonna have name, okay? Actually, no, I don't need this. Um, okay. To do this, so we have a name property. Um, okay. How about this? So, wait, new name. And then can I do um what happens if I remove the like tuple part? No. Oh wait, dot one. Okay, Did this solve what I wanted to do? Oh, yes, it did. Okay. Oh, it was here. Oh, okay. This is gonna be um wait, what? Oh, type of passport. Get property name. Possible null reference argument. But I know it can't be null though, because passport has a name field and it will always be filled by something. Okay. Now, back to this. Oh. Okay, so this is where I think the inheritances or the interfaces are going to come into play. Okay. So I think here, let's just do it in this. So called as birthday. And really all this needs is a property called birthday. Yeah, that's all. That's all it needs. And so the passport, okay, it has a birthday on it. So here, okay, where uh, document has birthday. Hmm. Let me think. Hmm. Okay, I do have to use a generic. Okay. Well, okay. So we have to do this basically. It has to be generic. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Okay. Replace all of these. That. Okay. There we go. So I have the line there. Is that in the original? It was. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay, see, so this is one of the problems, all right? Because if I put in the interface that it contains a method called assign birthday, then every document has to have the assign birthday method. But only the passport is the actual authority for what the birthday is. So that method doesn't need to be on the ID card because it's just referencing its birthday from the passport. So I think in this scenario, we should make another utilities like class called like fields, I guess, like field creation. And so all of the methods that create fields will be in that file so that you'll be able to access them. But if I do that, hmm, actually, wait. Wait, this is receiving the document. Okay, no. Yeah. Well, you know what we can do is we can just pass in the entrant, right? No. Wait. Wait, it's not static. Wait, what if I just make it static? Wait, yeah. It should be static. Because these aren't operations you perform on a particular instance of a passport. These are just things that passports in general do. Wait, yeah, of course. The answer is static. Wait, how did I not think about this? Then we can just reference passport dot assign birthday. Oh my god. Okay. Yes. Yes. That's it. Wait, and then I'm also realizing now for that down here. Yeah, we don't need to access. Okay, I see. So we don't actually have to pass the document. I guess that makes it just slightly, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so wait, yeah. What? No, okay, no, we're going back. We're reverting. Making all of these static just solves all of my problems, I'm realizing. Like it literally solves every problem to make it static. So let's just go do that, and then we can get rid of the generics completely. Static, static, and static. Okay. So now in utilities, this is being replaced with string first name and string last name. Okay. Like that. Then over here, when we call it, we're going to pass first name and last name, like so. This is still fine. Okay, so now for the generate birthday error, we don't need any of this crap. We just need the birthday. Yeah. Delete all of these. Generics are lame. They're not lame, but I don't need them in this particular scenario. I can't, okay, wow. I can't even believe I didn't think about freaking static when I was initially working on this program. That's like crazy. Okay. All right, we passed 4 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. I will keep working on this off stream a little bit, but I'll probably do this more of this on Monday as well. I guess basically until Deadlock has its major patch, in which case I'll come back for that. Or I guess if it's like maybe like 2 weeks, I might play some more Deadlock. But I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling a lot more optimistic about this project now that because my initial one, which I showed a little bit of, it used a document interface, and it also had interfaces for like having a birthday, having a nationality, having an issuing city. And it also required implementation of all of those methods, like assign first name, assign last name, assign last name. And then it also required implementation of getters and setters, like in custom ones. And it had roles on all of the documents. Like it had a whole host of like stuff. So just like every file was like insanely massive. And then I tried to do a remake initially, which basically did what I wanted to do at the beginning, which was like make everything so generic that like everything was basically like custom. But that one kind of got too esoteric, I guess. So I really like this balance where basically we're using the core of the old one, but we're just making it a bit nicer, because before, instead of having a list of documents, we just had like all of the different documents individually listed. And then like, since not every person would have one, they were like nullable. And then we also had, rather than a list of errors, actually, wait. Actually, now that I think about it, do I have it on the old one where you can only get an error on one field on a document? Is that a thing? I think not, right? Yeah, it's just like a 10% chance for a name error, a 10% chance for a birthday error, 10% chance for an... Okay, yeah, they can stack. Okay, yeah. And so I also had like every single error be stored separately. Like it was just kind of messy. But I think this is going to be a lot nicer now that I've turned a document into an abstract class. This interface is like not even needed actually anymore. But having this abstract class and then making all of having the utilities class, this was massive, and then making a bunch of shit static. Okay, I got it. All right. This was actually fun. Again, I'm feeling a lot more optimistic about this. And I'm kind of intrigued. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get basically quickly caught up to where I kind of hit my wall on my initial version, and then we'll be able to go from there. And yeah, that'll be all. Thank you for watching.